looking for bloodstock that shapes the world? You can find it here. Foundation mares that will shape the breed. Weanlings with prime potential. Your next moment in the winner's circle. It's all waiting for you here at the world's marketplace. Keeneland November Breeding Stock Sale, where the future is found. Beginning Tuesday, November 5th. It is Thursday here on Today at Keeneland. Scott and Gabrielle with you for the next 30 minutes. Hello, Gabby. You look wonderful.
So do you.
What is that dress? What are you wearing today?
Farm Rio.
What is it called?
I think it's Farm Rio.
Farm Rio.
Yeah, for all those who want to wear a horse sweater dress.
There's plenty that do. There are plenty that do. It's Today at Keeneland. It's Thursday. The weather's great. Ignore the gloves. I'm just cold all the time these days.
I don't know what's going on over here.
It's a lot warmer today than it was yesterday, and it's a carryover Thursday. We've got a Pick 6 carryover, a Toyota Super High 5 carryover in the nightcap. Race number 4 starts the Pick 6 carryover over $18,000. That's also the start of the Turf Pick 3 today at Keeneland Racecourse, and then the 9th and final on the 9 race card. Toyota Super High 5 carryover, $5,298. So plenty to play for on this Thursday. Another solid card, a mix of just about everything. We're going to be getting into the features here in just a few moments. But shall we recap yesterday?
Yeah, let's do it.
How about great day for hockey? This was your top pick.
Yeah,
just staying down on the inside.
Best angle of the day, and this was a typical ride by Corey Lannery, just saving ground, sneaking up the inside rail, and getting the win. Really a runaway winner there. You can see Dale Roman celebrating in the winner's circle.
Is that a Dale Roman's Letterman jacket? Did I catch that?
I don't know.
Is that a Roman's Letterman
Probably.
jacket? I need one of those, Dale.
You had a good day. Scott's best angle delivering yesterday with Moonspun.
Yeah, Lynchy and Luis Saez getting it done for Town and Country Farm on the turf course off of those good races that she'd run at Kentucky Downs and elsewhere. And then Generous Tipper, McPeak, Hernandez, Tom Leach coming with the long shot play of the day.
Did quite well yesterday. Generous Tipper, this was a great call and an even better ride by Brian Hernandez Jr. Another ground-saving trip, patient run. I didn't know that the hole was going to open up. And then, following that, our featured event yesterday, Golden Eye, taking home the win in the turf event.
Flavian Pratt for Pete Urton, and a horse that didn't show speed late in that second flight of horses, and that paid off yesterday. Now, Tyler Gaffleone, he's 4 in front of Luis Saez, even though he didn't ride yesterday and he's not riding today. Jose Ortiz, he's 6 off the pace. Flavian sits with 7, and Irad with 5. And Brad Cox and Brendan Walsh, Rudy Brisset, Cherie DeVoe, Chad Brown are the top 5. No wins yesterday for the top 5 trainers here at Keeneland for the meet thus far.
I feel like Brendan has some live horses in today.
He does.
I don't know. I've handicapped the next 3 days all this morning, so I'm a little confused. Brad definitely has some live horses. Oh, yeah. I think the opener earlier today, Brad has a class dropper. Had a class dropper yesterday that didn't win at a short price.
It didn't. It did not show up at all. What time did you wake up to handicap 3 cards? What time?
I got up at 6 this morning.
6? Well done, Gabby.
I get up at 6 every day.
Well done. Let's take a look at let's take a listen, rather, and a look for that matter. They're on camera to the WKYT weather.
You'll want to make sure you grab a jacket if you're headed out the door to go cheer on at the races, as we're dealing with some chilly temperatures for our forecast. They're actually going to peak in the upper 50s for your day today. The good news is you got lots of sunshine all throughout your evening and afternoon, and I think we'll be able to handle those upper 50s as long as we're warming up a little bit more as we head towards the weekend. Enjoy the races.
John Deere track conditions fast and good once again today, presented by John Deere. Fast main track, turf listed as good. In case you're wondering, if I read this correctly, the turf sits at 4.5 inches tall.
Oh, nice. Okay.
Just wanted to throw that out there.
I like that.
You. Does that do anything for you?
No,
4.5
it doesn't, because I honestly don't know how tall other turf courses are, but it's good information. Thank you.
Is it? Let's move on to our full card selections. Keeneland Race Day app. Go ahead and download it right now on your smart device. And in the opener, we disagree. We disagree until race number 4.
Yeah, race number 4, and that's it. That is it. In the feature, race number 8. We'll talk more about that in a minute. You go to the 12. I go to the 8. I mentioned earlier, late pick 4, late pick 5. Pretty tricky. I like it, though. I like the sequence.
Social media at Keeneland Racing on X, Facebook at Keeneland, Instagram at Keeneland, and FanDuel TV. You can give them a follow on X and download the FanDuel TV Plus app right now. Roku, Amazon Fire TV, Apple TV. I would also throw out there, I guess it shows up on X as well, but they had me dancing yesterday on FanDuel with Andy.
Who's the singer of that song?
Chapel Roan. Is that right? Did I get it right?
I believe so.
Hot to Go.
Hot to Go. Good job.
And shout out to Steve Buttleman. He did not know the song. I've never heard the song either. And he picked it up like that and played it for our little segment yesterday.
Here I'm thinking you're not cool anymore.
I am
you're getting
not
old
cool.
And you're throwing out top hits.
I am anti-cool.
job.
That's the point I'm at my age of 42 years old. Let's move on to race number 8. Promise you we would take a look at our featured event. And it's a field of 12, and Saffron Moon coming into this race off of a pretty long layoff, the morning line favorite. It's been over 10 months since we've seen the China Horse Club mare run, and that was at Churchill Downs, where she was second behind Star Fortis in a race at Churchill on the turf course that she just absolutely freaked in, and Star Fortis for Cherie DeVoe. So we'll see how the wagering plays out. Understand why this mare is the morning line favorite, given that she's done well at Keeneland in the past. She's got course form here, 2 for 2 over the course of her career. But I go to the outside filly. She's looking lucky for Matt Shire. She's done well this year. She's got recency over the favorite and good races recently. In the One Dreamer, she finished second at Kentucky Downs. There she is at this point. She's going to make steady progress. Safine's going to get the best of her on this afternoon, but she kicks it in, and she's done well on dirt. She's done well on turf. This is a filly that was able to win an allowance race at Ellis in the slot by 7 lengths, and then she's picked up a recent one on the turf course at Ellis Park. So I think that there's a lot of upside with She's Looking Lucky, given that performance that she put together at Kentucky Downs, making that steady progress. She's 9-2 on the morning line, and she's a daughter of Looking at Lucky. Andy B. and Cohn threw something at us yesterday on the FanDuel broadcast that she's, in the years that she's been around sons and daughters of Looking at Lucky, they've done well on turf, and she talked about that yesterday when Greg Foley was getting ready to try a horse on turf that was by Looking at Lucky for the first time, and the horse actually ran well, finished third.
Yeah.
It might have been in that sprint race, but nonetheless, I'm going with the recency of She's Looking Lucky, 9-2 on the morning line. Then the number 4 horse, Saffron Moon. She'll be ready to go off the layoff. She's not showing up here for Chad Brown unless she's ready to roll. Flavian Pratt gets the opportunity to jump back aboard with Tyler not riding today. And then Mohawk Trail comes off of a 6-month layoff. She's been pretty good. She was only beaten 2.5 lengths to Chili Flag. You may remember that name, and she's an easy name to recall because she ran well in the Grade 1 First Lady, and it was one of the best turf fillies that Chad Brown has right now. So 12, 4, and 3 are my top 3 selections, and I like the 12 and 4, and I think that there's a pretty decent gap maybe down to the number 3 horse, Mohawk Trail, for what it's worth, but she's still definitely worth considering it here.
All right. I, too, went against the favorite. Just the concern here is not just the layoff. It's how good she really is. She's a 5-year-old mare. You know, she has only 8 career starts. They've really picked her spots over the course of her career. And that Star Fortress race, I think, is a little untrustworthy because Star Fortress ran a hole in the wind that day, and she never ran back to that race ever. So I would proceed with a little bit of caution. I did use her on top, but the 8, Watch This Birdie, will be the top pick for me for Ignacio Correas. We'll roll back her race at Saratoga. This was 2 starts back in August, and this was a very good race for this filly. 25-2 for the opening quarter, 49-2 for the half. So I don't believe that they really went that quickly in front of her. The field kind of did come together in the end, but she only lost this allowance race at Saratoga by a neck at 14-1. So she was rolling on the outside late and just honestly just ran out of time. She followed that up, cutting back to the mile, which I think is probably too short for her. But despite that, ran a good 4th against Lukewarm, who we're going to see run here at Keeneland, who I think is in a position to win. Justifiable Bell as well in the running lines last time out. And on top of everything, it's her 3rd start off of that long layoff. So I see progression in her races, and I think she should be able to deliver her best today. And if that's the case, she could certainly win. So she'll be the top pick for me. The 4, Saffron Moon in second, and then the 3, Mohawk Trail as well. I just want a horse. When I see these 2 horses, the 3 and the 4, they're coming off these long layoffs. And the 8, Watch This Birdie, she's making her 3rd start in the form cycle. So I feel like, that from a fitness standpoint, she could have the edge.
That's our thoughts. Here's Tom Leach, more on the feature.
Aussie girl is making her second start here in the United States for trainer Will Walden. She was 6th of 12 in a graded turf sprint at Kentucky Downs, but Walden is confident there is a ton of upside left for this 4-year-old filly.
Yeah, it was just a spot where timing didn't really suit where she was going to make the end of Saratoga, and didn't really want to hold her over all the way to Keeneland without giving her one. So we put her in that spot at Kentucky Downs. She's doing great. I absolutely love the filly.
How is she trained out of that?
Awesome. She's trained awesome every day she's been here. I really, really like this filly.
And stretching out now from the 6.5 down to Kentucky Downs, any concern?
No, the other two the other filly that we bought with her, a filly named Olivia Morales, stretched out with no problem, and she kind of had the same form pattern. She ran 7/8 to 5 furlongs. The way she breezes and the way she gallops out kind of lends itself that she'll give it 2 turns.
And tell me about what are the qualities that most impress you about the her?
She's just an Amazon. She's just an absolute physical specimen. If I were to tell you she was by curling and she ran 2 turns on the dirt, you wouldn't question me. She's an absolute freak specimen, and really excited to get her out here next week.
This is an allowance race, but it certainly looks like it could be a grade 3 stake.
Tom, that is the truth, and most of these allowance races, especially when you get to that level, are of that quality. So look forward to the 8th and featured event here today on this Thursday at Keeneland Racecourse. Let's get into our key races. I'll roll it back to race number 7, 1 1/8 on the main track, first level allowance condition, fillies and mares, 3-year-olds and up. And there is a scratch of Gidget Rose Lee, the number 6 horse. So field of 9, Union Mist, morning line favorite at 3-1. I'm going to the rail filly for G. Watts Humphrey Jr. and trainer Vicky Oliver, daughter of Frosted, who is racing on Lasix once again, gets back on dirt, and I think her best races have come on dirt going 2 turns. You look at some of her races over the course of her career. She broke her maiden at Churchill Downs, and we're going to take a look back at her race at Churchill Downs on the 22nd of June, where she crushed a field by 8 lengths. Turned out to be a productive race. The filly that she beat, Genetics, would come back and win. Carrara, the filly that finished 3rd, would come back to win. But look at her put this show on. She stepped up against Grade 3 company in the Monmouth Oaks. I don't know what went wrong that day. I mean, she kind of missed the break, and then she was just completely out of it. I just think that she needs Lasix. I mean, that's the only thing that I can come up with this filly, looking at the way that she ran that day at Churchill Downs versus how poorly she ran in the Grade 3 Monmouth Oaks. And to be fair, she ran against some really good horses like Scalable and Gun Song. And then her run at Kentucky Downs was not bad. She laid back. She made her run, only beaten 2.5 lengths. I'll go Chilled for Vicky Oliver and Luis Saez with the number 2 underneath. Flavian Pratt and Rudy Brisset have had 3 wins together from 7 starts together. They're in the money 5 of 7 this meet. When you see Brisset go to Flavian, don't ignore them. And this Mendelssohn filly, she's got form on top of it, so watch out for the number 2 horse underneath, and then the number 9 horse, Union Mist, for Brendan Walsh. She added blinkers last time out when she broke her maiden. That's the first time that she had worn them for Calumet Farm. Irad gets the opportunity today, and we're going to take a closer look at this filly a little bit later on in the Clocker Report. But the first try against winners, it's always a difficult task, so I go 1, 2, and 9 in race number 7. I really do like Chilled a lot today, staying on Lasix, I should say, and getting back on dirt.
Yeah, that race was super impressive at Churchill Downs. I don't really know what to make of it because it's a bit of an aberration in her form. We've never seen her be able to kind of run back to that figure. So I kind of took a cautious approach with the 1 Chilled. The 2 Paynor is certainly my strongest opinion in the late pick 4. I'm probably going to take a strong approach and maybe just single her in the late pick 4. I like her I like her coming out of her last race because it was a very fast race and she was involved in the early pace, going 1 1/16. She is another one that at one point was very good. I don't know what happened to her in her first race off the layoff. In my mind, she just can't keep up with some of those 1-turn horses going 7/8. And I think the longer the better for her. She's got a lot of speed, but you can't really run her off her feet early. So I think the 1 1/8 will help her get out there, and I think she can just keep on keeping on. So the 2 Paynor is going to be the top selection for me. I went 2, 8, 9.
That's a look at race number 7. Key race for you, race number 6, as we continue to work backwards on this card. 6th race does start the late pick 4. The connector, a scratch. Linzer, 3-1. Finster, 6-1. Double clutch, 7-2. This is a competitive group of turf sprinters on the good listed turf course today.
It really is. And when you look at the 6 and the 7, the horses who figure to take money in this race, they're opposites, right? Linzer is making his 12th career start, whereas Finster's only making his 4th career start today. So he's lightly raced, but I think there's so much upside with the number 7 Finster. We'll roll back his race 2 starts back at Ellis Park, and this was a very impressive effort. Somehow, look at this move that he makes. It's a bit of an early move. He's stacked about, 3-4 wide going into that final turn. He had an outside post position. This day he drew post 10 of 11, so from that standpoint, he still had a wide trip. And he just kicks clear. Really impressive early move into fast fractions. This was his first race in a year, Scott. And then they came back. They put him back on the turf. I don't think he's a turf horse. I mean, he's a dirt horse. He needs to sprint on the turf, and they finally get him back at 5.5 today. How about the run that Owen Hardy's has had, not even at Ellis, but it's trickled over to the Keeneland meet as well?
Yeah, you can't ignore him. You've got the 4 underneath, double clutch for Rusty Arnold, and then the number 6 horse, Linzer, for Joe Sharp.
I like double clutch cutting back here. I know he's won at a mile, but I almost wonder at this point of his career if they just need to shake things up a little bit. So cutting him back to 5.5 furlongs, I think, is kind of an interesting move. And then the 6, Linzer, is going to be the second selection there. I mean, he certainly looks like the speed of the speed under Frankie Dettori, and he cuts back a little bit from the 6 furlongs at Kentucky Downs.
I like double clutch, the number 4. I like this family. He's a half-brother to Gear Jockey, who's been a steady horse over the course of the last, 3-4 years for Calumet Farm. He's a turf sprinter. This horse getting back to sprinting. The last time he sprinted on turf, the last 2 times, he ran well. Go back to April, he rallied from off the pace to finish 4th, only beaten 3 1/4, and then this time last year was only beaten 1/2 of a length in a first level allowance race, in which he's now in the 2 other than allowance condition after winning going a mile at Churchill Downs. So I'll take double clutch, lean in on that Calumet family out of that first dam, switching gears. He's a half brother to Gear Jockey, a very familiar name, as we have said. So that is race number 6. Clocker report. We're going to go to race number 7 once again with Union Mist. And Union Mist, Bay daughter of Union Ragsbury's, a solid half mile on her own, and 48-1 as we look back at this workout. Consistent filly, trying winners for the first time, just going easy in hand, and has a license to improve in her second race off a layoff, and has placed in 60% of her lifetime starts. Irad Ortiz gets the opportunity, and she's going to stay steady through the gallop out, starts to pull up about midway through the turn, if memory serves correctly. And then Speechless in race number 5, the number 9 horse, homebred son of Street Sense, worked 5/8 in 1 minute and 4/5, getting the last 8th in 12-2 here at Keeneland on the 10th of October for Rudy Brisset, and working in company with stablemate Undercover and Omaha Beach filly, who finished in the money in all 4 of her starts to date. Cut back in distance to 7 furlongs, and don't forget the 184 feet. Speechless in race 5.
Important to know that at the about 7 furlongs.
About 7 furlongs.
Speechless had a horrible trip first time out against East Avenue. And we know that has been a very productive
Everybody
race.
did.
I know. There's so many horses that are coming out of that race. And, I think it's been a pretty good angle, but he did not run well last time out. So I think the cutback is key.
Let's take a look at our multi-race exotics. I'm going to tackle a late pick 4 on this afternoon. Starts in race number 6, that second level allowance turf sprint. Mentioned switching gears, or double clutch, the son of switching gears, that first dam, and the half brother to Gear Jockey, the number 4. The 6 and 7, Linzer and Finster, are obvious ones in there. One that worries me in there would be Cruisin' Man, just moving out of stakes company, but he was a huge price that day, and is he ready for prime time here at Keeneland Racecourse is the question I have for him in there, but I leave him off the ticket. 1, 2, and 9, Chilled leads the way for me in race number 7, and then, how do we say that? Paynor? Paynor. What does that mean?
Or Paynor?
Paynor. For Rudy Brisset, Flavien Prat. Bottom line, that's all you need to know. Prat and Brisset, go. The 9 Union Mist off that workout we showed you, getting blinkers for the second time. Race number 8, the 4 and 12. I think that's all you're going to need to get through race number 8. Our featured 3 other than allowance race. And then in the 9th and final, it's the Toyota Super High 5 race, and I got the 3 on top. Or I shouldn't say the 3. I've got the 3, 5, and 8. I've got the 8 on top in there. That is a Raffaroo for Harold Ledecure, a colt by Hardspun, who was second in the plate trial as a maiden, beaten by the champion 2-year-old My Boy Prince. Didn't come with it in the King's Plate, and he's a full brother to a Grade 2 winner on dirt in Green Light Go. What are you laughing at,
Nothing.
Gabby Goddard?
I don't know
Come
why
on.
I have the giggles. Are you done?
Yeah, I'm done.
All right.
Are you done laughing?
No. I'm going to take us to the Turf Pick 3. Race 4 starts at, again, $3 is the minimum wager here. 4, 6, and 8. The fourth race. I'm just using 2 horses. I think Justifiable Belle is the classiest of the group here. She has natural early speed to get herself in the game. She came in off a long or 4-month layoff last time out to finish second in a salty allowance race at Kentucky Downs last time out. So I use her, but the 6, Bullavie, is going to be a price play for me. She has run against some tough company in the last couple of starts. Look at the race 2 back at Ellis, Walkathon, Dance Beauty. She's just been outclassed in some of her most recent races, and I think she actually gets a bit of a class relief today. So I'll use her. I would kick myself if she won and I did not use her, since she is going to be a big price. The 4, the 6, and the 7. The strongest opinion here is the number 7 horse, Finster, as I mentioned. Owen Hardy having a good run thus far. Flavian Prat aboard. And then we get to the 8th and final leg of the sequence. I have coverage here. I didn't really see this race very clearly, so I wanted to have as much coverage as I could. The 3 Mohawk Trail, the 4 Saffron Moon. We mentioned some of those horses. Watch This Birdie, my top selection, and then the 11 Aussie Girl. I did not want to leave off the ticket, and I'm encouraged by some of the words that Will Walden also said in that interview with Tom Leach. I would not leave this filly off the ticket.
How many of those words were you encouraged by? Over
2.
under? Just 2?
Absolutely love. Those 2 words, I put them in little quotes on my past performances because it's very rare that you hear a trainer say, I absolutely love this horse.
2 words qualify, or 2 words qualify as multiple words.
Mm-hmm.
So there you go. Race number 5, our sales grad spotlight. And we're going to shine the spotlight on Uncle Jim, owned by City of Light out of the Tisnow First Dam Now, who's produced a couple of winners. And these connections, Robert LaPenta, Matacat Stables, purchased this now 2-year-old colt last year at the September sale for $240,000. He goes off as the favorite, right, in that race? In race number 5, Uncle Jim, first-time starter?
I think so.
It's not very convincing.
You know what? I would not want to make the morning line. That's one job that I think is very hard.
It's very hard here.
To do.
It is very, very hard here. I think he's going to be the favorite.
So to answer your question, I don't know.
You do not know. Who knows? Best angle segment, race number 9. You ready to go back to Raffaroo? I guess you were probably laughing at me. Did I mispronounce the trainer's name?
No.
On Raffaroo?
I don't know why I started laughing,
I'm
to
not
be
sure
honest.
either.
It just...
But Raffaroo, if I can find his number, he's a full brother.
8.
Thank you. He's a full brother
number 9.
to Green Light Go. And I actually picked this horse in the King's Plate going back to the end of August. Now, this was the reason why I liked him. What's that?
How'd that work out for you?
Not so good. But this was a solid effort. I mean, he's still a maiden here as we show back the King's Plate, or the plate trial, as they call it. It's the King's Plate trial. And he makes this sweeping move to finish second, beating a length and a quarter. He flattened out last time out. I think he was too close to the pace in the King's Plate. And obviously, faster pace, longer distance race. Caitlin, her greatness, was the filly that was able to run down My Boy Prince on that day. But Raffaroo, trying dirt, coming down from Woodbine, has a local workout. I'm going to take a shot across the board. He's 8-1 on the morning line. 5 across on Raffaroo, full brother to Green Light Go, who was a Grade 2 winner at Saratoga. I think it's the 3rd time I've said that. But that's the idea in race number 9. Leaning on the pedigree and a horse that they tried as a maiden in the first jewel of the Canadian Triple Crown.
All right, good luck. That horse later today in the 9th race. I'm going to take us a lot earlier to the 3rd race, and I really like this horse, and she's going to offer a pretty decent price as well. So, Wailua? Wailua is going to be the favorite.
Wailua?
6 to 5. Wailua? So that sounds better. She's going to be the 6 to 5 morning line favorite. I'm going to show you a replay of when these two horses last met. This was on the 8th of June, and pay attention to Wailua. She was the 4. She didn't break very well, but neither did the 5 High Fashion Kate. And even if you watch the head-on, she broke in a tangle. She was all over the place. We saw Wailua. She kind of caught up to the rest of the field, made that early move, and wound up winning this race. But look at where High Fashion Kate comes from. She's still making a bid down on the inside. This is not her running style, Scott. Wailua, she can close from off the pace, so I don't think it hampered her chances as much. This filly needs to be forwardly placed, but look at her run coming down the stretch. And I bring this up because there's going to be a huge discrepancy in odds. Wailua is 6 to 5 on the morning line. She's going to be the heavy favorite. High Fashion Kate, she'll probably be 5 to 1 in that range. And I think there's a case to be made that she's just as good as the 6 to 5 favorite with a fair trip. I hope she breaks well towards the inside and she comes into the race with good form. She won her last race, whereas Wailua, she broke slowly again last time out and just couldn't make up the ground. That's her problem. She doesn't get out of the gate.
Those are our best angles. Here's Tom Leach and his long shot play.
We're going to go to race 5 and take horse number 5, Cop. Cop caught a strong field in the debut last time and was 5th after a bad start. The rider, Saez, stays with this one. The pedigree's there to handle the extra distance. Cop, the long shot play on today's card.
Going to Cop is Tom Leach from Michael McCarthy. Colt by Blame, second time out here today. Saez in the saddle and looks to improve second time out. That's going to wrap things up for today, Keeneland. Don't forget about the carryovers. We've got Pick 6 carryover. Where are we at? $18,891. That starts in race number 4, and then the Toyota Super High 5 carryover, nearly $5,300, $5,298 to be exact. Enjoy this gorgeous fall weather. For Gabby, I'm Scott. Most of all, enjoy today at Keeneland. Looking for bloodstock that shapes the world? You can find it here. Foundation mares that will shape the breed. Weanlings with prime potential. Your next moment in the winner's circle. It's all waiting for you here at the world's marketplace. Keeneland November Breeding Stock Sale, where the future is found. Beginning Tuesday, November 5th.
The wandering son returns. The older brother, who's been away from the family for over 1,000 days, is back. A little bolder, more sophisticated, stronger yet leaner. The all-new Land Cruiser resumes its place alongside the new, more dynamic Tacoma, the powerful Tundra, the legendary 4Runner, and the full-size adventuring Sequoia to reunite Toyota's 5 brothers. The family that plays together stays together. Toyota, let's go places.
Keeneland welcomes Matthew Pierce to the paddock. Matthew is a critically acclaimed professional opera singer and voice teacher who performs leading roles with opera companies and symphonies across the country. He is a proud graduate of the University of Kentucky and the Juilliard School. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise as you are able for our national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming? Whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming. And the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Keeneland is proud to recognize Tony Bell with Gate Security as the Employee of the Day. Congratulations, Tony. Good afternoon. Welcome to Keeneland Racecourse, where the main track is fast. The turf is listed good. The rail at 30 feet on the turf course today. Those are the John Deere track and turf conditions. Now the changes. First race starts the first of the day's rolling doubles and pick threes. Also starts the early pick 5. No carryover. First race has no changes. Second race, start of the early pick 4. Jockey change on the 6 American Splendor, Martin Schwann. That's the second race, number 6 American Splendor, the jockey Martin Schwann. Third race, scratch the 7 opposite the crowd. Third race, scratch the 7 opposite the crowd. Fourth race, start of the pick 6, carryover, $18,891. Start of the Keeneland Turf Pick 3, made up of races 4, 6, and 8. In that fourth race, scratch the 9 for flying. Scratch number 9 for flying. Race 5, start of the late pick 5, no carryover. In that fifth race, scratch the 7, iron sharpens iron. That's race 5, scratch the 7, iron sharpens iron. Sixth race, start of the late pick 4, scratch number 3, the connector. Sixth race, scratch number 3, the connector. Seventh race, scratch the 6, Gidget Rose Lee. Seventh race, scratch the 6, Gidget Rose Lee. Featured 8th race, no changes. The 9th and final, carryover for the Toyota Super High 5, $5,298. In that 9th race, take out the 13, Caller did not draw into the race. Jockey change on number 9, General Issue, Adam Beschizza. That's the 9th race, number 9, General Issue, the jockey, Adam Beschizza. Time now to check in with Scott Hazelton and Gabby Gaudette.
Welcome to a carryover Thursday here at Keeneland Racecourse. More gorgeous fall weather, a little bit warmer than what we had yesterday, Gabby. There's really no breeze in the area right now. The sun is shining, and we've got 2 carryovers. Pick 6 carryover, race number 4 is where that begins. Over 18,000, nearly 19,000 carrying from yesterday. Fourth race also starts the Keeneland All-Turf Pick 3, and then the Toyota Super High 5 carryover for the nightcap, over $5,200.
Yeah, and that nightcap is going to be a challenging one, Scott, but so too is the feature. I think when you look at the pick 6 sequence today, even the late pick 4 or the pick 5, the series of the last couple of races are very challenging, including our feature.
It is a good race. It's a great race card here today. Fast and good are the conditions. We look forward to kicking off the racing here at Keeneland on this beautiful fall Thursday.
Race 1, we are 20 minutes out to start the early pick 5 sequence. We are fast and good for today's program. Beautiful conditions as well. It's a perfect fall day here at Keeneland. And in today's opener, we have to deal with a heavy favorite. The number 3 Bostonian is going to be the heavy favorite, even money right now for this gelding for trainer Wesley Ward. But I'm going to take a slight stance against this horse with the number 2 Stashu. This horse has never tried the dirt before, but he's the son of Motown. And when you look at Motown and his progeny, higher statistics for his dirt horses, especially going one turn. Dirt sprints, his progeny is about 16%, which is good, above average. And then on the bottom side of the pedigree, Macboo the mare, she was all dirt. She never tried the turf, and she was by McLean's Music, who we know can do many things, can run well on the dirt or the turf. So I do think that there's a sneaky pedigree here to suggest this horse will handle the main track today. I also think he improved with more distance. That was going 6.5 furlongs at Kentucky Downs last time out. He was a very impressive winner. He also had blinkers on the first time last time out. So maybe all those changes really made a difference, and I'm curious to see him on the main track today. I think that's how you beat the favorite here, is with an unknown horse, and he definitely is unknown. They're making a lot of changes today with him, including the surface change. The 3 Bostonian, he certainly is the horse to beat. He was very impressive when he won at Churchill Downs first time out. Wesley, he's very good, obviously, with his 2-year-olds. He came back to win that stakes race at Finger Lakes in the slop last time out as the heavy favorite. So he really has done nothing wrong in his first 2 races. I guess the question today is the 7 furlongs. Does that speed stretch out to the 7/8 today, or is he more of a 5.5, 6 furlong sprinter? I really think that that's the only way he loses in this race. He certainly seems like the fastest horse in the race, but we don't know at this time if he can carry that speed to go 7 furlongs. And then the number 1, Blake James, down on the inside. He stretches back out in distance. His first race was at Ellis going 7 furlongs, and he was an absolute no-show that day. But last time out, he did dip down in class to the maiden $30,000 level, and he pulled off a win. I thought a lot of things kind of went his way. He was closer to a slower pace. He did have a slight steady there at the 7/16 pole, but he recovered from that nicely to win. I think with him, it's really the class here. Is he good enough to beat horses like the 3 Bostonian or even Stashu, for that matter, who are coming out of stronger races? But I do think he can use that last race as maybe catapulting him forward today and hopefully delivering another improving performance. He needs to improve in order to win, but he should be able to get a ground-saving trip from the inside under Corey Lannery. We'll take a closer look at some of these horses as they go postward. We are 17 minutes out from today's opener. Once again, Pick 5 wagering is available in the first race. Good luck.
the right call to play.
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's first race. Starter allowance for 2-year-old, 7 furlongs over the fast main track. Double and pick 3 wagering. Start of the early pick 5. Fast track turf listed good. The rail at 30 feet on the turf course today. No changes in this first race. Post time in 7 minutes.
Horses on the track for today's opener, and I'll talk about 2 horses that kind of caught my eye on the walk out to the track today from the paddock. The 4 Count the Brave was certainly one of them. This horse looks really fit, really good to go. You can see he's actually wearing the hood today just to try to keep him calm, but he does look very fit, and you can kind of just see his coat glistening in the sun. Looks like he's in very good order, and for what it's worth, Ignacio Correa's, his horses tend to improve with a couple of starts. I'll throw out a stat here with Nacho Correa's. First-time starters, 2-year-old first-time starters, 3 for 34, only 9%. So the fact that this horse was ready to win first time out, I think really speaks to his precocity and natural ability, because a lot of the time Nacho likes to give them experience and maybe have their best come in their second or third start. This horse was forwardly placed from an outside post position, was involved in fast fractions, and despite all of that, still held on very gamely to win by a nose. So it does lead me to believe, especially after looking at him on the track, that he has room for improvement. The number 5, Gardner, is next for trainer Joe Sharp. They had to drop him in class a little bit to the maiden $50,000 level last time out. I don't know where that speed came from. Maybe it was the drop, maybe it was just the fact that he was making his second start, and maybe he just didn't like the turf course when he debuted on it at Ellis Park. But everything really came together for him last time out, and he looks great on the track. Just a horse that's well within himself, good energy, love how he's acting, warming up on the track as well, looks very focused under Irad Ortiz Jr. So those were the 2 horses that kind of caught my eye on the way out to the track. We're getting set for today's opener. Good luck.
The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's first race, start of the early pick 5. Moving into line for the first. Blake James moves into the gate. Here comes Stashew. Now Bostonian. Count the Brave comes forward, followed by Gardner. 2 more to load. Purse Thief to book the last one. Goes in. They're at the post. They're off. Here's Bostonian out for the lead. Count the Brave is right there as well on the outside, but Bostonian, the leader, awkward move there down to the inside, and the jock repositions himself and now starts to move forward once again with Bostonian. Frankie Dettori aboard, moving up to take the lead by just 1 length. Then the scramble for the second position. You've got Gardner, who's there in between horses. Count the Brave third to the inside. They're joined by DeBook, who is fourth up on the far outside. Then Purse Thief back toward the rail fifth, who is running some 4 lengths off the lead. Then a break of 7 more lengths back to the 2 trailers, Blake James and Stashew. 22.41 seconds was the time for the opening quarter. Bostonian leads, has the lead to 2.5 lengths into the far turn. And then Gardner second by 1.5 lengths. Purse Thief is third to the inside by a head. Count the Brave is fourth up on the outside of that one. Then DeBook, then a break of 6 more lengths back to the trailers. Still, Blake James and Stashew side by side at the back, and Bostonian opens up on a widening 5-length lead at the top of the stretch. Quarter mile to go. Bostonian leads it now by 6. Count the Brave is second up on the outside around Gardner in the third position, and then Purse Thief in fourth. Blake James is fifth on the outside. Bostonian is chased here by Count the Brave. There was a 6-length gap. Now it's down to 3. Now it's down to 2, but Bostonian still in front. Count the Brave is in second, and then Blake James runs toward third on the outside. Here's Count the Brave. Count the Brave coming after Bostonian. Count the Brave outside. Bostonian on the inside. Count the Brave, Bostonian, and Bostonian hangs on for Frankie Dettori.
Bostonian hangs on for this win, despite even having a bit of an awkward step there in the early portion of the race. This horse managed to recover, make the lead uncontested. It looks like the 4 Count the Brave is absolutely determined to pass him in deep stretch, but the 3 Bostonian down on the inside fights back when this horse to the outside gets to him. We'll take another look, deep stretch, and a closer slow-mo look right before the finish line, and it is close. A good head bob for the 4 on the outside, Count the Brave, but the 3 Bostonian appears to hang on the inside unofficially for today's opener.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's first race: 3 Bostonian first, 4 Count the Brave second, 1 Blake James third, 5 Gardner fourth. 3-4-1-5 unofficial. Moving into the winner's circle for Keeneland's first race, the unofficial winner, number 3 Bostonian, owned by RT Racing Stable of Ramon Talage, owned by Smart Choice Stable, Diana Anderson, and Dinley Park Limited of Kurt Butenhoff, trained by Wesley Ward. Frankie Dettori is the jockey. Bostonian, 2-year-old gelded son of Bernardini, out of Falconess by Forest Wildcat, bred in New York by Dinley Park Limited. 7 furlongs over the fast main track, 1 minute 25.78 seconds. We apologize for the tote delay. Results should be posted official momentarily. First race results official, 3-4-1-5, the official results. Keeneland second race upcoming. Double and pick 3 wagering start of the early pick 4. Main track is fast, turf good. Rail at 30 feet on the turf course today. Jockey for the 6, American Splendor, Martine Schwann. Number 6, American Splendor, the jockey Martine Schwann. Race 2 will finish in the short stretch at the first wire.
horses are in the field, or in the paddock, excuse me, for the upcoming second race, a mile and a 16th on the main track for this maiden $20,000 claiming race. And the 1 is going to be the heavy favorite here at 8-5. Now, we saw Brad Cox do this yesterday with a big-time class dropper, and she didn't win. She finished 4th in that race, so maybe there's a chance to beat this favorite. I think that the horse, the alternative that you can use to try to beat the favorite, is the 4 Playmaker here for trainer Ian Wilkes. She actually ran really well first time out. That was probably going a distance that was a little bit too short for her, and that was the only start on a fast main track. Following that, she had a run in the mud at Ellis. Then she tried the turf. She actually ran quite well going long on the turf against Maiden Claiming Company. And then last time out, she didn't show up at all, but that was over a very sloppy sealed track at Churchill Downs. So my thought process is maybe this filly, she does want to go a distance of ground. This is the right type of field for her, maiden 20, the bottom at Keeneland. And she finally gets back to a fast main track. That was one of her fastest races on form. I know there's a lot of ifs that need to happen, but at least she's 11-1, and you don't have to find a lot to like about a long shot in order to use them. And the 1, Colonial Rose, I do think that, look, she's probably the horse to beat in here. She takes a huge drop in class. At one point in time, the 1 faced just FYI. That was in her second start. She ran 5th against her at Saratoga. She was sidelined for quite some time. She came back into the care of Brad Cox, and now she drops down in class from Maiden Special Weight Company, where she was the favorite at Horseshoe Indianapolis in for 20. So this is a steep drop in class, and I don't always love to see that with this barn, so I'll take my shot against her here today. But for obvious reasons, she is the horse to beat. The 7 Hour Prayer is next. She is 12-1. And I don't really know what to make of this horse because second time out, she ran 1 1/8. It was only her second start. She ran well at Tampa. She did seem to maybe get a little bit tired late at 1 1/8. That was under the care of Graham Motion. Now she's trained by Jake Radosevich, and her last race wasn't great. It was over a sloppy sealed track, though. Her race on a fast main track at Tampa, though, is fast enough in order to be competitive against this group. So my thought is that maybe she can show a little bit more speed today, second start off the layoff, and she gets to a fast main track as well, which I think could certainly help her. The filly by Catholic Boy. This is a confusing race. There are horses doing things for the first time, whether it be running on a fast main track, taking drops in classes. There's a lot going on this, and coupled with the fact that it is a big field. It's a full field of 11. So I know the favorite on the rail is 9-5, but I think it's probably worth a shot pursuing other horses in here because the favorite, she has to prove that she is capable of going 2 turns, and the quick give up in the Brad Cox barn is a little bit concerning here. She also has to work out a trip from the rail post position. I don't think she's the speed today, so she might have to face some traffic troubles. We'll see if she can navigate this as she is the 9-5 favorite, big field for race 2.
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's second race. Maiden claiming race, the price $20,000. Fillies and mares age 3 and up. Mile and a 16th over the fast main track. Race will finish in the short stretch at the first wire. Jockey for the 6 American Splendor, Martine Chawan. Early pick 4 starts here. Double and pick 3 wagering also featured. Main track fast, turf good. The rail at 30 feet on the turf course today. Post time at 7 minutes.
Taking a look at some of the horses that stood out to me in the paddock, the number 5 Vibe Check I thought was one of the prettiest fillies in the paddock. She just looks very well. She looks extremely fit coming into today's race as well. Now, she did drop down to the maiden $20,000 level last time out. She was 4-1 in that race at Churchill Downs, and she did not have an easy go of it early. Now, she is a filly that sometimes finds a lot of trouble. She hasn't had the best of luck in the afternoon, and I think sometimes that can be because of the horse. Sometimes they find bad luck. But her trouble was legitimate last time out, and I've completely changed my mind on her abilities in this race because of how she looks. She looks really well turned out for trainer Mike Maker today. The 8 Cat Symphony is another one that I think could maybe outrun her odds. She's 7-1 right now. Vicky Oliver, she's had a very good meet. And this horse, she drops in from Maiden Special Weight Company and for the $20,000 tag today. The last time she was on the dirt, it was a good listed track, and it was a field of 4. So sometimes, crazy things can happen in those types of races. And she actually had a very wide trip and only a field of 4 that day. So I can give her a pass for that event. And another one that's a little bit on the smaller side for sure, but I do think that her energy definitely looked good on the track today. She looked like she was ready to come and play. The 11 Political Spin, the last horse I'll talk about, I kind of had mixed feelings about her when you look at her past performances. Was it the drop in class that improved her chances last time out? Was it the sloppy sealed track that improved? I don't know. I really don't know. But she has to work out a trip from this outside post position. It won't be easy, but she was another one that I thought made a nice appearance in the paddock as well. The 11 political spin at 7-2. Tough field, tough race coming up next. Your favorite is the one Colonial Rose at 2-1. We are 3 minutes out from race number 2, which does kick off this early pick 4. Good luck.
The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's second race, start of the early pick 4. Moving into line, race 2. Cat Symphony moves into line. Here's Playmaker. Tis Salty. And now Vibe Check comes forward. Real Queen moves in. Political Spin, the last one, coming forward. Goes in, first wire at the post. And they're off. There goes Elodine for the lead, and here's Cat Symphony from the center of the track, and so far so good between that pair. Colonial Rose comes away running in the 4th position as they head for the first turn. Elodine the leader. Elodine gets to the front, gets over to the rail, leads it by a length. So far so good. Second to the outside. Colonial Rose is third against the rail. Cat Symphony 3 wide, moving up to challenge Playmaker for 4th, and Playmaker's there in between horses. And then further back, it is American Splendor who is 6th down toward the inside. Vibe Check is in 7th alongside of that one. Our Prayer is against the rail in 8th. Political Spin to the outside is 9th off the first turn. Real Queen is 10th. Tis Salty last of 11, 25.08 seconds The time for the opening quarter, bunching for the lead, midpoint of the backstretch, and it is Elodine to the inside, who leads at 3/4 of a length. But now Colonial Rose inching forward between horses. So far, so good up close. Third on the far outside, but wide to the far turn. 3 more lengths. Playmaker fourth. 5 Check is fifth to the inside, and Cat Symphony sixth up on the outside. 50.21 seconds for the first half mile. Colonial Rose is right alongside of Elodine. That's the battle for the lead as they move around the far turn. Cat Symphony is trying to find running room against the rail, goes from 5th to 4th to 3rd, and now tries to switch lanes off the rail. A length and a half off the front pair. They're past the quarter pole. So far, so good. Has lost ground in 4th as they turn for home. Colonial Rose, top of the short stretch, leads it by 3.5. 4 lengths clear now. And then Cat Symphony second to the outside of Elodine in 3rd. Political Spin is 4th toward the outside, then Playmaker back toward the rail, but Colonial Rose headed on for the finish with a widening 7-length lead. It is Colonial Rose and Florent Giroux, much the best here. Elodine in a tussle there for the second position. That'll be a photo for that runner-up spot. It'll either be Cat Symphony or Elodine for place.
Big drop in class for the favorite, going off at 1-2, and that seems to do the trick. There was nobody pressuring her early coming down the stretch, and she just kicks clear away from this field, and her class prevailing at odds of 1-2. Under jockey Florent Giroux, well clear for the second place finisher. It's going to be close, kind of looks like the 8, but there is no doubt about the winner, Colonial Rose. Your heavy favorite, an easy winner to kick off that early pick 4.
The unofficial results of Keeneland's second race. Number 1, Colonial Rose first. Number 8, Cat Symphony second. Number 2, Elodine third. Number 11, Political Spin fourth. 1-8-2-11 unofficial. Into the winner's circle for Keeneland's second race, the unofficial winner, number 1, Colonial Rose, owned by Schwing Thoroughbreds of Lloyd Schwing, trained by Brad Cox, the jockey Florent Giroux. Constitution, the sire of Colonial Rose, a 3-year-old filly out of Colby Cakes by Scat Daddy, bred in Kentucky by Timbertown Stable, LLC, and JPE Equine, LLC. 8.5 furlongs over the fast main track, 1 minute 48.36 seconds. Results of race 2 official. 1-8-2-11, the official results. Keeneland's third race upcoming, including double and pick 3 wagering. The main track is fast. Scratch 7 opposite the crowd. Again, scratch 7 opposite the crowd.
kind of surprised to see the 5 Lil Jin in Class opening up as the heavy favorite right now at 3-5. We'll get to her in a minute, but my top pick is the number 1, High Fashion Kate. This horse comes into the race with good form. She won a $50,000 claiming race last time out, and yes, that was a little bit easier than what she faces here today, but even at the starter allowance level at Ellis Park over the course of the summer, she faced some really tough horses at the level, Windy Bay being one of them, Reagan's Flame as well. Prior to that, some good horses at the level or even higher. Her last race, the race in which she went against the 6-5 morning line favorite, Wailua, she had some serious trouble in that race. We showed the replay on Today at Keeneland, Churchill Downs on the 8th of June. She broke in an absolute tangle, and despite that, she was really making an effort late. She's a filly that wants to be forwardly placed, so I thought that compromised all of her chances, and I thought she could turn the table on the horse who's right now your second choice, the 3 at 2-1. We'll see how these odds change as we get closer to post time, but I'm loving the price that we're getting right now on the 1, High Fashion Kate. I think with the right trip, being forwardly placed, she can pull this off at 6.5 furlongs. The 3 horse, Wailua, is next for trainer Saffie Joseph Jr., and I think she actually has a lot of talent. The problem is her gate breaks. She does not get out of the gate. If you read the short comments, off very slowly, slow start, off slowly. It happens time and time again, and unfortunately, when fillies or horses in general get into the rut of doing this, it can become a bit of a habit, and clearly that seems to be the case with her. She needs to get out of the gate. She's good. She did get a fast pace to close into last time out, and she could not do that going 5 furlongs, which I thought was a little bit too short for her. I think 6.5 furlongs is an ideal distance. I like that she gets Flavien Prat aboard, but she is unpredictable when it comes to her gate breaks. Maybe she can break slowly and still overcome that, because she has been good against a other than company, and I think this is a class relief for her. But we will see. I use her in second. She certainly is a top contender in here. And then the 5 Lil Jin in Class, she's your 4-5 favorite, opening up with all of the early money. Took her a long time to break her maiden. And in fact, she did break her maiden against Indiana breds. That was earlier this year, back in May. She followed that up with the stakes victory against Indiana breds. And since then, she's not found the winner's circle. She has been close, and I think most of the reason is because she doesn't want to go long. So you can give her a pass for her 2 races in July. She shortened up to almost win against similar company last time out. She's good. I don't understand the 4-5 favoritism right now, but she is an improving filly, and I thought at a better price you might be able to use her, as she did run well at Churchill Downs, kind of facing open starter allowance company versus the Indiana breds that she's been facing for quite some time. It's a good group of horses. Your favorite, the 5 at 4-5, Lil Jin in Class. We're 14 minutes out from race number 3.
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's third race. Fillies and mares age 3 and up. Starter allowance 6.5 furlongs over the fast main track. Scratch the 7 opposite the crowd. Number 7 is scratched. Double and pick 3 wagering post time in 5 minutes.
Nice competitive group coming up next in the third race. Wailua is warming up on the track at 6-5, so that money really coming in on her. And I do think in many ways she deserves to be the favorite. She faced the likes of Princess Madison 2 starts back at Saratoga and Blue Squall last time out. The trouble with her is getting her out of the gate. So I like to see Flavian Pratt giving her a really strong warm-up, but she just looks so powerful. Her hind end, lots of muscle definition. She just looks very strong and very well turned out today, and I do like her getting a little bit more distance. Given her size, I think 5 furlongs was just way too short for her last time out. The other horse that I want to talk about is the 8, and she definitely offers a better price at 9-1. Miss Peabody is a horse that I think you can certainly use. I don't know where that speed came from last time out. I really have no idea because the blinkers came off in that event, but she was very fast. And going 6 furlongs, 21-2, 44-3 for the half, she reeled off impressive fractions, and she did it very easily, taking the field wire to wire. I think that she has probably been running the wrong distance and surface for most of her career, and maybe they've unlocked new potential with her sprinting on the dirt. I know it was against easier company last time out, but the only other start that she sprinted on the dirt was against high-level allowance optional claiming company. So maybe everything's going to come together for her here today. She could, in fact, be the fastest early. The 8, Miss Peabody, looks really good on the track. She's 9-1. But all the money going to the number 3 horse, as she is your even money favorite, 2 minutes away from the third.
Your attention, please. A late scratch. Scratch number 1, High Fashion Kate. Late scratch in Keeneland's third race. Scratch number 1, High Fashion Kate. Scratched by the stewards on the advice of the veterinarian. Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's third race. Moving into line, race 3. Birdie Rose comes forward. Wailua. Ribbons in her hair. Little Gin and Class. Three more to load. Here's Candy Craze, Miss Peabody, and Ida Lou, the last one. Coming forward. Goes in at the post. They're off. Miss Peabody quick into stride, goes right for the lead. Little Gin and Class is there between horses. Birdie Rose down to the inside. Miss Peabody has the lead toward the outside, 3/4 of a length. Birdie Rose moves up a closer second down toward the inside. Little Gin and Class is third, then a gap of 6 more lengths back to a 3-way shuffle for fourth. Candy Craze between horses now fourth. Ida Lou fifth up on the far outside. Ribbons in her hair sixth, and Wailua is last of the 7. 22.68 seconds, the time for the opening quarter. Over to the far turn, Miss Peabody, the leader. Lil Gin and Class is second, just off the leader's flank, and second by a half length. Birdie Rose is third by 2. Ida Lou is fourth on the outside, still 4 lengths off the lead. Wailua is still 6 from the front as they come off the final turn, and here comes a challenge for the lead. Lil Gin and Class is there on the outside of Miss Peabody. Miss Peabody still has the lead by a neck. Lil Gin and Class second. Ida Lou is third up on the outside. Wailua fourth in behind horses looking for a way through, and Lil Gin and Class has the lead. inside. Lil Jen in class moves by the 8th pole and leads it by 2 lengths now. And then Wailua's second. Birdie Rose is in third down toward the rail. Wailua takes aim now at the 16th pole and comes after Lil Jen in class. Here's Wailua for Flavian Pratt. Wailua to win it. Lil Jen in class second. Birdie Rose third. Ribbons in her hair was up for fourth.
Bringing it back to the top of the stretch, you can see Wailua down inside of horses, just waiting for a bit of a seam to open. Flavian Pratt, actually the door kind of closing. The 5, Lil Jen in class, closing the door a little bit as she starts to guide herself towards the rail. But once Wailua got her feet underneath of her, it was all over from there. She does get up at 2-5, but appreciating every inch of ground going the 6.5 furlongs and pulling away with this win at 2-5, 3-5-2 across the finish line for race number 3.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's third race. Number 3, Wailua, finished first. Number 5, Lil Jen in class, second. Number 2, Birdie Rose, third. Number 4, Ribbons in her hair, fourth. 3-5-2-4 unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's third race, unofficial winner number 3, Wailua, owned by Kenneth Ramsey, trained by Saffie Joseph Jr., Flavian Pratt, the jockey, and the results are now official. Wailua, 3-year-old filly by Run Happy out of Made in the Mist by Arch. Winner bred in Kentucky by Drumkenny Farm and American Equistock Incorporated. 6.5 furlongs over the fast main track, 1 minute 18.02 seconds. Results official, 3-5-2-4, the official results. Keeneland's fourth race upcoming, double and pick 3 wagering, start of the pick 6, carry over $18,891, and start of the Keeneland Turf pick 3 made up of races 4, 6, and 8. Scratch the 9, 4 flying. Scratch number 9, 4 flying. Turf listed good, rail at 30 feet.
A lot going on in this upcoming fourth race. The Keeneland Turf Pick 3 for a $3 minimum wager. Races 4, 6, and 8. We'll take a look at that sequence and how I approach it in just a few minutes. This race also does kick off the Pick 6. We have an $18,000 carryover for the Pick 6 sequence today. And I thought it was a tricky sequence. I do like this first leg, though, and I think you can narrow it down. And I think the 3 is definitely a filly that you have to include at this mile and a 16th turf event. Justifiable Belle, she's been very good. She's been very good all along, but she's kind of stepped it up a notch this season under the care of Ian Wilkes. She came into this season at Keeneland back in the spring. She won that. She beat a quality field at the level, and then she came back against 2 other than Allowance Company in May at Churchill Downs, and she won that. Now, last time out, she again had to come off the layoff that was going the mile at Kentucky Downs. She did make a bid. I think at the end of the day, it might have been a touch too far for her, just considering how undulating the course is at Kentucky Downs, and you really do have to be fit. Maybe she wasn't that, and maybe she lost to a really good horse in Lutewarm, which we will see in the next couple of days of racing here at Keeneland. But she has speed, she has the class. I think she is the horse to beat. She has speed just to her inside and lucky speech, and she can track that speed. She's a versatile filly. If it's a slow pace, she can sit a little bit closer. If it's a fast pace, she can sit farther back and make that move from off of it, as we saw her in her mile event here at Keeneland back in the spring. So I really like her. I think she's a quality filly. But the 6, Bullavie, is another horse that I wanted to use for trainer Brendan Walsh. I think there's a case to be made that she's actually getting a class relief today. Kentucky Downs, last time out, she was 21-1. She was totally outclassed in that event. I also don't know that she loves the turf that day. Prior to that, in the Kentucky Downs preview race at Ellis Park, she had to face the likes of Walkathon, who is a very nice filly for Ian Wilkes, Dance Beauty in there. She was also an X-Stout winner. So that came up to be a very tough race, and it also was a slow pace. She had no hope with those early fractions against that group of horses. So I know we're doing some digging, but her stakes effort a couple starts ago on the 6th of July at Horseshoe, Indianapolis, I think if she can replicate a performance like that, she could be in contention here, and she will be a big price. She's 9-1. I think you'll get 9-1, 10-1 odds on her. Just the way that the Brendan Walsh barn has been going this meet, I would consider using her in this first leg of the sequence. And then finally, we'll get to my third selection, which is the number 1 horse, Quality Star, for trainer Paulo Lobo. And I think she's a really nice mare. She also looks like one that maybe is slowly but surely getting better. I know she lost to Justifiable Belle at Churchill Downs back in May, but that was one of those turf courses where some horses liked it, some horses didn't. She also had a very wide trip that day. Last time out, she was forwardly placed in the slow pace, but I think she gets a nice ground-saving trip on the rail. We saw Brian Hernandez Jr. pull off an awesome ride on yesterday's program. He is aboard her here today. Quality Star, I think, had the look of a nice horse to maybe use in the exotics. Speaking of that Keeneland Turf Pick 3, we'll take a look at the sequence as I see it, and I am just using 2 horses in the first leg. I like Justifiable Belle. I think she is the horse to beat, but I would be sick if the 6 won, considering the price and the fact that I do like her. So just using those 2 horses to kick off the sequence. In the 6th race, it's a 5.5 furlong turf sprint, that allowance race, using the 4, 6, and the 7. The strongest opinion there is the 7 Finster, trained by Owen Hardy, Flavian Pratt aboard as well. This horse had a wide trip and early move and still won, like a good thing, at Ellis Park, going 5.5 furlongs in the lone turf sprint try. So I do really like that horse. I even considered singling him a little bit later, but wanted to also throw in the 4 and the 6. As we get to the 8th and final race of the sequence, that's our featured event, 3, 4, 8, and the 11. The 3 Mohawk Trail comes off the layoff, as well as the 4 Saffron Moon. The class is there, but if they're not ready off the layoff, I think the 8 Watch This Birdie can take advantage of that in her third start off the layoff. And then the 11 Aussie Girl, second time for trainer Will Walden. We had the opportunity to speak to him on Today at Keeneland, and he offered some really good words about Aussie Girl. He said, quote, he absolutely loves her, and he loves this spot for her. She might have not been 100% ready from a fitness standpoint last time out, but it certainly seems like they fine-tuned her for the event today, race number 8. So definitely consider throwing in the 11 Aussie Girl if you are playing the turf pick 3. It's a $72 play for me. Kicks off in 13 minutes, I should say. So does the pick 6, that carry over 18,000. Good luck if you're playing.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's fourth race, the Gunston Hall. An allowance for fillies and mares age 3 and up. A mile and a 16th on the turf listed good. The rail at 30 feet today. Double and pick 3 wagering. Start of the pick 6 carryover $18,891. Start of the Keeneland turf pick 3 made up of races 4, 6, and 8. Scratch the 9. 4 flying. Number 9 is scratched. Main track fast, turf good. Post time 6 minutes.
Taking a look at some of these horses on the track, the number 7, Nanda Dia, is another horse that I thought looked really, really awesome on the way out from the track. So she hasn't raced since December of last year. It's been a really long time since this mare has been on the racetrack, and she's never made a start here in North America. But Nacho Correas does such a great job with these horses, these South American imports, and you never know what these mares or horses that he brings up here are capable of. She was a Group 1 winner down in Argentina, so she was very accomplished with her form down there. But she certainly doesn't look like she's coming in off of this long of a layoff. Look at how fit she is. There are horses that are maintaining more condition and are a little bit physically heavier than she is, and they're coming off lesser layoffs. She just looks really well conditioned. Some of her workouts here at Keeneland have been really strong, and I think the money is important to note. She is 5-2 in the teeth of a heavy favorite in the 3 Justifiable Bell at 9-5. So take note of the money. She also really looks the part today. Another horse who was coming in off a layoff, last seen in May at Santa Anita, is a 10, and man, does she look fit. She just looks like a typical 2-turn turf filly, to be honest. She kind of left the season earlier this year not in great form. I think she was a little outclassed in some of those races. In the grade 3 at Santa Anita, the misdirection came up a little bit salty last time out as well. Maybe she's a filly that's tailing off, but I at least like the fact that Jonathan Thomas kind of pumped the brakes with her, hopefully hit the reset button, and now she returns with Irad Ortiz Jr. in the saddle. She's 9-1 right now, but again, another one that has really good energy. The hood is on her today. She looks like she's minding her manners as well, and she just looks very fit, a filly that doesn't hold on to a lot of condition, which I think is a good thing, and her ability to be ready off of this layoff. Right now, your favorite is the 3 Justifiable Bell. She's 9-5. Pick 6 carryover here starts this race, as well as the all-turf Pick 3. Best of luck on all your wagers. Good luck.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's fourth race. Start of the pick 6, start of the Keeneland Turf pick 3. Moving into line, fourth race. Here's Nandadea moving into line. Lucy's Cakes Fly, and now Valentina Day. Insensitive along with Selenaya. Joined the dance, the last one coming forward. Goes in, they're at the post. They're off. Justifiable Bell, Lucy's Cakes Fly, Lucky Speech to the inside, and joined the dance from the center of the course. Joined the dance, moves up far outside, takes the lead a half length, but caught wide, heading down to the first turn. Lucky Speech gets over next to the rail, right there in second. Lucy's Cakes Fly, a lane off the rail, is third. In the meantime, Joined the Dance has cleared with the lead. Joined the Dance gets over to the rail, leads it by 2 lengths. Lucy's Cakes Fly second on the outside, a half length. Lucky Speech is third. Justifiable Bell is fourth. Nandadea travels in fifth. Insensitive is sixth off the first turn. Valentina Day is seventh toward the outside. Quality Star is 8th. Selenaya 9th. Bolivi, last of the 10. Opening quarter went 23.42 seconds. Up the backstretch they go. Joined the Dance, the leader. Joined the Dance leads at 3/4 of a length. Lucy's Cakes Fly is second by a length. Then Lucky Speech third and neck. Justifiable Bell fourth up on the outside. Nearly 2 more lengths then. Back to Nandadea, who's in fifth, followed by Insensitive in sixth. 49.13 seconds the time for the first half mile. Over to the far turn. Joined the Dance leading Lucy's Cakes Fly only by a neck. Then a gap of 2 lengths. It's Lucky Speech toward the inside third and neck. Justifiable Bell is fourth up on the outside, still 3 lengths off the lead. Then a gap of 2 more. Nandadea is fifth as they turn for home, followed by Insensitive. Quality Star, Selenaya still nearly 10 from the front. Joined the Dance, the leader. Lucy's Cakes Fly is there. Justifiable Bell along with Nandadea, who is unleashing a run to the far outside. Quality Star looks toward the inside from fifth. Nandadea coming forward, and Nandadea has the lead in the final furlong from Join the Dance. Then Quality Star, who's gone to third, now runs towards second. It is Nandadea in front. Nandadea for Jose Ortiz to win it. Quality Star was up for second, Joined the Dance third. Close for fourth, Selenaya or Insensitive for that fourth spot.
Trainer Ignacio Correas put a lot of time and a lot of work into Nandadea. She hadn't been seen since December of last year, but you could see just the way she was acting and the way she looked. She was ready off of this lengthy layoff. Jockey Jose Ortiz, he had so much horse underneath of him. Rounding the turn, all he needed was a little bit of a seam to pop out in the clear, and her turn of foot, really impressive and deep stretch. You could see Jose Ortiz celebrating just before getting to the finish line, waving that whip and really just wrapping up as he crosses the finish line with an easy victory. The 7 Nandadea getting the victory, 7-1-11 unofficially for race number 4.
The unofficial results of Keeneland's fourth race: 7, Nandadea first. 1, Quality Star second. 11, Join the Dance third. 10, Selenaya fourth. 7, 1, 11, 10, unofficial. Moving into the winner's circle for Keeneland's fourth race, the Gunston Hall, the unofficial winner, number 7, Nandadea, owned by Happy Friday, LLC of Carlos Moore, trained by Ignacio Correas, Jose Ortiz, the jockey. Nandadea, 5-year-old daughter of Fortify, out of Nanga Parbat by Majestic Warrior, bred in Argentina by Santa Ynez. 1 minute 45.06 seconds. Time for the 1 1/16 over the turf listed good. In the winner's circle, the Gunston Hall Trophy presentation to the connections of Nandadea. Fourth race results official. 7, 1, 11, 10, the official results. Keeneland's fifth race upcoming. Double and pick 3 wagering. Start of the late pick 5. No carryover. Main track is listed fast today. Scratch the 7. Iron sharpens iron.
Race number 5, less than 17 minutes to post, starts the late pick 5 here at Keeneland on this Thursday afternoon. Another clear favorite in the win wagering here today, and it's Uncle Jim, the number 3 horse, the first-time starter we're taking a look at for Robert LaPenta and Madacat Stables, son of City of Light out of the Tisnow First Dam in Now. And these connections purchased this now 2-year-old as a yearling last September here at Keeneland for $240,000. He's had some solid workouts at Churchill Downs, picking it up in his last few, working in 59-3 out of the gate on the 4th of October during the opening weekend here at Keeneland Racecourse, still preparing for this debut. And then he followed that up with a 48-3 workout. It just looked like a race to me that was a race in which we're going to see this horse be the favorite, because we've had a few horses in here, or a number of horses with experience, but nothing flashy thus far in their career. And perhaps a flashy performance from Uncle Jim, if he puts it all together here for Brad Cox, will be good enough. 6-5 on the board. He'll hover around 6-5 to even money, I would imagine. Maybe some late action down to 4-5, and we see a lot of late action coming into these win pools at Keeneland Racecourse. But Uncle Jim, I'm not surprised that he is the favorite in here, given these connections, the purchase price, the success that these connections have with first-time starters, and those quick workouts over at Churchill Downs in the last couple of weeks. Uncle Jim, 6-5 right now, my top selection. Successful union for Calumet and Owen Hardy. That is the number 2 horse, a colt by Union Rags, who made up a lot of position over the course of his debut race at Horseshoe Indianapolis. And I look towards this colt, given the meet that Owen Hardy has had, and combine that with the solid debut performance after he hit the gate, leaving the starting gate on debut, and then was able to finish 4th, only beaten 3 1/4 lengths. And he's got Flavian Pratt in the saddle, obviously a sign of a good thing. And he's currently sitting at 9-1. Don't be surprised if Successful Union can really build off of that debut effort, especially if he breaks better here this afternoon, going the about 7 furlongs on the Beard course. And then Haston, the number 1 horse, another Calumet runner, this for Mark Sims Jr. He'll cut back in distance. We'll see how that, what that does for him here this afternoon. He's 15-1 on the board, but he showed a little pace in a 1-turn mile race at Churchill Downs. He hung in there for a while from a wide draw. Now he gets down on the inside post 1, which is maybe not quite ideal. I would say less than ideal in a 1-turn race, as we so often talk about. But he took a really big step forward in start 2 of his career, moving over to dirt at Churchill Downs. And I think part of the conversation of a horse, at the very least, underneath in this race. But 6-5 on the 3, Uncle Jim, the first-time starter, as these will be 2-year-olds to start the late pick 5 at Keeneland in less than 14 minutes.
Horses are on the track for Keeneland's 5th race, the Knock Griffin, a maiden special weight, 2-year-olds, beard course, about 7 furlongs over the fast main track. Double pick 3, started the late pick 5, no carryover. Scratch the 7, iron sharpens iron. Post time in less than 5 minutes. Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 5th race, the Knock Griffin, start of the late pick 5. Moving into line, race 5. Here, Speechless going in. Uncle Jim comes forward. Master Controller, along with Arthur Jr. Cop moves into line. Cocktails and Kringle comes forward. Car Express, the last one. Goes in, they're at the post. And they're off. There goes Master Controller outrunning for the early lead as Math Tutor is right there alongside in the opening strides. They're joined by Car Express. Car Express moves up to the far outside as they head up the backstretch. Math Tutor is next, and then Master Controller third to the inside, and is followed by Cocktails and Kringle, who is a wide fourth. Cop is there in fifth. King of Ashes is sixth in between horses. Arthur Jr. is seventh up on the outside, and then Uncle Jim, who moves up against the rail in eighth. It was 22.46 seconds, the time for the opening quarter. And then further back, Hasten and Successful Union, Speechless, joins them to the far outside as they work their way around the far turn. And Car Express against the rail leads at 3/4 of a length. Math Tutor second by a length and a half as they approach the quarter pole. Here is Cop and Cocktails and Kringle move up together on the outside. And then Arthur Jr. behind that pair has to go out to the center of the track and is still 5 lengths off the lead as they turn for home. Math Tutor the leader and leads it by 3 lengths. Cop is in second. Cocktails and Kringle is third. King of Ashes in fourth. Uncle Jim is fifth on the rail. Now Uncle Jim's trying to come up the inside. Fifth to fourth to third. There's a furlong to go. Speechless is on the grandstand side. Uncle Jim has struck the lead. Uncle Jim in front and opening up past the 16th pole. Uncle Jim and Florent Giroux to win it. Cop was second. Successful Union third. And Speechless was across the line in fourth.
An impressive debut effort from Uncle Jim for Brad Cox, Florent Giroux, Robert LaPenta, and Madacat Stables to make steady progress down along the inside and pull this one off. First time out from coming from off the pace. So often we see first-time starters that are able to win on debut flashing speed. Not the case. Further, perhaps the better on down the line for this son of City of Light as he draws off and wins by better than 2 lengths in the end. 3-5-2-9, the unofficial top 4 for race 5 here at Keeneland.
Into the winner's circle for Keeneland's fifth race, the Knock Griffin, number 3, Uncle Jim, the unofficial winner, owned by Robert LaPenta and Madaket Stables, LLC of Saul Kuman, trained by Brad Cox, Florent Giroux, the jockey. Uncle Jim, a 2-year-old son of City of Light, out of Now by Tisnow, bred in Kentucky by Kem Nardelli, Rodney Nardelli, and William Werner. The Keeneland Sales Grad gets the Beard Course about 7 furlongs in 1 minute, 28.92 seconds. 2 wins today for the Brad Cox, Florent Giroux trainer-jockey combination, and the results are official. 3-5-2-9, the official results. In the winner's circle, the trophy presentation for the Knock Griffin to the connections of Uncle Jim. Results official, 3-5-2-9. Keeneland's 6th race upcoming, double and pick 3 wagering, start of the late pick 4. The turf is listed good, the rail at 30 feet, scratch number 3, the connector. Early pick 5 pays on 5 of 5 with a consolation 4 of 5.
Race number 6, we move back onto the turf course for a second level allowance race going 5.5 furlongs. And this race does start the late pick 4. We'll get to those thoughts in just a few moments. The number 4 horse sitting at 2-1 right now. Double Clutch is the direction I go. This is a 5-year-old gelding who gets back to sprinting off of a 7/8 run in a series of mile races between Churchill and Ellis Park. And he's run some good races whilst going 5.5 furlongs over the course of his career. And both of those have come right here at Keeneland. A second last season when he was a 4-year-old at the end of October in 2023. And then he ran in the spring going 5.5 furlongs and rallied to finish 4th that day. And I think today may be his turn. His last race was solid. He's a half-brother to Gear Jockey, who's been a consistent turf sprinter for these connections of Rusty Arnold and Calumet for a number of years. So I'll go to Double Clutch, the number 4 horse, son of Optimizer, out of that first dam, Switching Gears, the daughter of Tappet, taking a shot with the 2-1 second choice here in race number 6. The number 7 horse, that is Finster for Owen Hardy, 9-5 right now on this Sky Mesa colt. He's a Godolphin homebred. Touched on how Owen Hardy's had a very good meet here at Keeneland Racecourse. And this is a horse that's not run a bad race to date. He was a debut winner at Horseshoe Indianapolis on dirt. He was able to break through with a second win on the Ellis Park turf course in sprinting, and then they tried him on dirt last time out. He did not run bad going 6 furlongs, maybe just a hair too far at this stage of his career. So the slight cutback in distance from 6 furlongs to 5.5 looks to benefit. Moving back to the grass certainly looks as though it won't be a problem whatsoever, or shouldn't expect it to be a problem for him. If he stays down the same path that we've seen him carve out at this point in his career, Finster is definitely very live, and obviously the tote board tells you that, as he is 9-5 on the board right now. And then the number 6 horse, Linzer, for trainer Joe Sharp, another in-form horse. He's won his last race. He's won 2 times this season. There was a race going back to the beginning of January, or beginning of the year, midway through the January month, where he was disqualified after crossing the wire in front of the rest of that group. But here's a horse that has proven that turf is his game. He even was able to run well on the main track at Horseshoe Indianapolis, but he's got speed. We'll see how he fares going 5.5 furlongs against this level of competition, as it'll be a step up in class form here today. But you can't ignore Frank Dettori and the number 6 horse, 6-1. That seems to be a big price on this son of Street Sense. Another horse bred by Godolphin, but in this instance, a horse that Carl Moore Management was able to acquire back in May of this year, and they've done some good with them, and obviously most notably winning that $190,000 allowance race at Kentucky Downs. So pretty competitive field, as it is 9-5 on the 7 horse Finster from that 6-1 line. We'll see how these odds shake out over the course of the next 13 minutes. And the start of the late pick 4, here's a look at my ticket. I'll use those 3 horses that I just mentioned to start things off. And then going into race number 7, the 1, 2, and 9, I really do like Chilled a lot in race number 7, being able to race once again on Lasix and getting a chance to go 2 turns on the dirt. The number 2 horse in there for Rudy Brisset and Flavian Pratt. Anytime you see those two come together, they've been ultra live this meet. They have won 3 of 7 starts together, Flavian Pratt and Rudy Brisset, and they'll combine with the number 2 in race number 7. And then the number 9 horse to the outside, that will be a runner that I'll include on the ticket as well. That is Union Mist, who's worked well as of late and improved with the addition of blinkers in her last start to break through and break her maiden as she steps up in class. Race number 8, just too deep in that 3rd level allowance featured event on the turf course. The number 4, that is Saffron Moon, coming off the 10-month layoff for Chad Brown, has to be respected. And then the 12, She's Looking Lucky, who's got a bit of a recency edge over the 2 fillies that'll take some action in that race. She's Looking Lucky, 9-2 on the morning line. I like her today with Axel Concepcion. And then in the 9th and final event, 3, 5, and 8, the 3 Tennessee Lamb for Rusty Arnold, coming out of some live races. The number 5 horse, Duke of Duval, for Steve Asmussen, a horse that was most recently 3rd at Churchill Downs, who adds blinkers today in start 4 of his career. And then Raffaru is the price play in there, the number 8 horse. He's a full brother to Greenlight Go, who's a grade 2 winner on dirt. And Raffaru is trying dirt for the first time, coming down from Woodbine, where he has competed on the synthetic course and even ran as a maiden in the King's Plate, the first jewel of the Canadian Triple Crown. He ran a good second behind the 2-year-old champion of last year, My Boy Prince, in the plate trial. I think that he'll handle this cutback in distance here today nicely under Jaime Torres. That's Raffaru, the 8, in that final leg. $27 investment. Good luck in the late pick 4. Good luck in race number 6. We're just 11 minutes away from post time.
Your attention, please. A late scratch. Scratch number 7, Finster. In Keeneland's 6th race, a late scratch. Scratch number 7, Finster, injured in the paddock. The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 6th race. The Mount Brilliant, an allowance for 3-year-olds and up, 5.5 furlongs over the turf listed good, the rail at 30 feet. Double and pick 3 wagering started the late pick 4. Scratch number 3, Connector. Also scratch number 7, Finster. Post time in 4 minutes.
Take a look at the number 1 horse, Portofino. If you're looking for a horse with speed, here's one that has it. He's got an inside draw. If he's able to break sharp, he'll be able to be part of the pace early on in this race with Axel Concepcion. And here's one for Joe Orsino coming up from Gulfstream Park, where speed does very well on that turf course. They run a bit of a shorter turf sprint down there at Gulfstream, going 5 furlongs. So the added half of a furlong is certainly something that I can say would be viewed as not a benefit to him. But if he's sharp away from the gate, 9-2 on the board right now, especially with that late scratch of the number 7 horse, Finster, opens up the door for all of these horses in here, obviously. But Portofino, the number 1 horse, if you're looking for speed, here's a gelding that has it, son of Speitster, as he gets set to make his Keeneland debut. Less than 3 minutes away from the 6th race, pick 4 pull approaching 150,000.
The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 6th race, the Mount Brilliant, start of the late pick 4. moving into line, race 6. Here's Portofino. And now Linzer. B.D. Valesky comes forward. Cruisin' Man moves into line. Double clutch. Gilded Ruler goes in. Wild West Justice moves into line, and the last one will be Runnin' Rocket. Goes in. They're at the post. They're off. There goes Portofino. Portofino right out for the lead. Cruisin' Man has speed, though. Cruisin' Man now pokes ahead in front. Runnin' Rocket goes third outside of Gilded Ruler. In fourth, B.D. Valesky is fifth. Wild West Justice is sixth. If they head for the far turn, Double Clutch is in seventh. And Linzer broke absolute last. Now catches up with the field, but still 8 lengths off the lead. But Linzer is going to be sent 3 wide from the back of the pack, within 5 lengths of the front now as they head on to the far turn. It is Portofino with the lead by just a half length. Cruisin' Man second. Runnin' Rocket swings up third far outside. That opening quarter went in 21.99 seconds. B.D. Valesky is in the 4th position. Now Linzer is still toward the center of the pack and is still 6 from the front. They turn for home. Runnin' Rocket out to the center of the racetrack, and Gilded Ruler is in behind horses, desperately looking for running room. Here comes Gilded Ruler now. B.D. Valesky up the rail. Double Clutch down the outside. B.D. Valesky inside. Double Clutch far outside. Gilded Ruler between that pair. Double Clutch right alongside now to challenge for the lead. Double Clutch outside. Gilded Ruler inside. Double Clutch wins it by a neck on the line for Jose Ortiz.
Double Clutch, the number 4 horse, cutting back in distance and able to get there just in time. He's down the center of the course in the yellow saddlecloth, and he continues to make steady progress. Pretty even race at the end, as the 9 is going to be his closest competitor in the end, but he is going to be able to outkick him down to the wire. It is Double Clutch for Calumet Farm, getting a second victory here at Keeneland on this turf course.
The unofficial results of Keeneland's 6th race: 4 Double Clutch finished first, 9 Gilded Ruler second, 2 B.D. Valesky third, 1 Portofino fourth. 4-9-2-1 unofficial. Moving into the winner's circle for Keeneland's 6th race, the Mount Brilliant, the unofficial winner, number 4, Double Clutch, owned and bred by Calumet Farm of Brad Kelly. The trainer, Rusty Arnold, 2 wins today for Jose Ortiz. Double Clutch is a 5-year-old gelded son of Optimizer out of Switching Gears by Tappet. The winner, bred in Kentucky, 1 minute 4.02 seconds for the 5.5 furlongs over the turf, listed good. Sixth race, results official. 4-9-2-1, results official for Keeneland's 6th. In the winner's circle, the Mount Brilliant Trophy presentation to the connections of Double Clutch. Keeneland 7th race upcoming, double and pick 3 wagering. Starts the last of the day's only pick 3s, main track listed fast. Scratch the 6, Gidget Rose Lee.
Late pick three time. Let's try it again. Late pick three, race number 7 begins here at Keeneland. This is a first level allowance race at 1 1/8 miles on the main track. And a couple of favorites right now, the 1 and the 9, both closest to each other as far as the win odds are concerned, sitting at 2-1. Chilled, the number 1 horse for G. Watts Humphrey Jr. and Vicky Oliver, is the filly that I go to, getting back onto dirt off of a strong run at Kentucky Downs. She came from way out of it to make up many positions to finish 4th in her most recent start. And her win at Churchill Downs was ultra impressive on the 22nd of June. Now, I don't know what happened in the Grade 3 Monmouth Oaks. She just simply could not keep up with those fillies in that Grade 3 event. That or racing without Lasix caught up with her, but she's a better filly than the last time we saw her on dirt. She races on Lasix today. Her 2-turn races here in Kentucky at Churchill and right here at Keeneland have been 2 of her best performances that we have seen from her. So I am very optimistic that Chilled is going to bounce back here today off of another good run, and combine that with the fact that she's had that run back on Lasix last time out on the turf course, but getting back to dirt here today. I think Chilled looks very appealing in here at odds of 5-2. She just clicks up a half of a point to be the second choice in the current wagering. Penoir, the number 2 horse for Rudy Brisset. He gets Flavien Prat. We talked about it this morning, talked about it this afternoon. Flavien Prat and Rudy Brisset, they have won 3 races together this meet of the 7 times that they have combined, and they have finished in the money, in the top 3, 5 of those 7 times that they have teamed up this meet at Keeneland Racecourse. Combine that with the fact that this filly comes into this race off of a solid 3rd place finish. That was on the heels of another 3rd place finish back in August on the turf course at Ellis Park. But last time out, one of her better performances, that was going 1 1/16 miles. I'm leaning on Flavien and Rudy Brisset coming together at 7-2, back on the dirt once again and getting a chance to go 1 1/8 miles here this afternoon. And then finally to the outside, the number 9 horse, that is Union Mist. She's the 2-1 favorite right now, as Brendan Walsh trains this filly for Calumet Farm. Calumet looking for back-to-back wins on the card. And this is a filly that added blinkers in that most recent start in which she broke her maiden. It took her 10 tries to break her maiden, to be fair. She graduates, faces winners for the first time, and she has worked well at Keeneland. It was part of the Clocker report this morning on Today at Keeneland, that 48-1 move on the 11th of October, just 6 days ago. So if she can continue to put together that type of an effort that we saw from her in which she broke her maiden, and perhaps it was blinkers that did the trick, she's definitely a player in here. But you always have to remind yourself, moving up into this level of competition off of a maiden special weight victory, it is a deeper, tougher situation for this filly. Not that she can't do it. She's going to be tougher. She's 2-1 on the board right now. Union Miss, one of the contenders, clearly here in race number 7. Late pick 3 time, less than 14 minutes to post.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 7th race, the Sienna, and allowance for fillies and mares age 3 and up, 1 1/8 over the fast main track. Double and pick 3 wagering starts the last of the day's rolling pick 3. Scratch the 6, Gidget Rose Lee. Post time, 6 minutes.
If you're looking for a live long shot for seeing the number 8 horse making a nice appearance here 2 months removed after walking off the course at Ellis Park in a 1 1/8 race over in Henderson, Kentucky. And she's got form at this distance, and also she's run well in the past here at Keeneland, going 1 1/16. Now going 1 1/8 today, obviously in this first level allowance condition, but she broke her maiden at Churchill Downs. Good looking filly by Uncle Mo, $400,000 Keeneland September yearling from 2022. We'll see if Forseen can bounce back. She's a double-digit price at odds of 10-1, but she's one of many in here that stood out to me watching them come out onto the course and warming up. Union Miss, the number 9 horse for Calumet Farm, and Brendan Walsh mentioned that Clocker Report aspect of the conversation we had this morning on Today at Keeneland. The Clockers here at Keeneland impressed by her 48-1 move on the 11th of October. She is still sitting as the favorite slightly at 2-1 over the number 1 horse Chilled, but a competitive race in race number 7, less than 4 minutes to post. Good luck.
The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 7th race, the Sienna. Moving into line, race 7. Here's Foreseen moving into line. And now Crushed Ice coming forward, Union Mist. Pretty Provocative. Let's Duet. Midsummer March, the last one coming forward. Last one goes in. They're at the post. And they're off. There goes Foreseen. Foreseen and Midsummer March from the far outside. Peignoir right there to the inside as they head for the first turn. Peignoir to the inside of Foreseen. That's the early battle for the lead. And then Crushed Ice, who gets down next to the rail around the first turn. Midsummer March alongside of that one has third by a neck. Crushed Ice fourth. And then Chilled is in fifth. Ariana's Pearl is sixth. It's followed by Pretty Provocative in seventh. Union Mist alongside of that one in eighth. Then a gap of 4 more lengths back to Let's Duet, last of the 9. 23.91 seconds, the time for the opening quarter. Peignoir, the leader. Peignoir against the rail, leads it by a length. Here's Foreseen to the outside, and Crushed Ice comes off the rail, moves up in between that pair, and now takes second, half length off the lead. Further back, Midsummer March is fourth toward the outside. Chilled is fifth back toward the rail, gap of 3 lengths. Ariana's Pearl between horses. Union Mist on the outside. Pretty Provocative back toward the inside is 7 lengths off the lead, and still 4 more back to Let's Duet, the first half mile, 48.51 seconds. Peignoir, the leader. Peignoir leads it by a length over to the far turn. Here's Crushed Ice just off the leader's flank and second by 3. And then Foreseen is third, a half length, followed by Chilled, who's fourth toward the inside. Union Mist is fifth up on the outside, has to swing wide to the top of the stretch, and is still 6 lengths from the lead. Now Foreseen tries to pick it up along with Chilled. They've got to catch Peignoir. Chilled is coming off the rail. Here's Chilled, just a length off the lead, moving up on the outside of leader Peignoir. And now these two begin going at it for the lead into the final furlong. And then a gap of 5 more lengths back to Foreseen in third, Union Mist in fourth. Let's Duet to the rail fifth, and Peignoir still the leader, and Peignoir opens back up by 3 lengths past the 16th pole. Peignoir, second winner today for Flavien Prat. Peignoir wins it. It was Chilled across the line in second. It'll be close for third. Let's Duet or Foreseen for that third spot.
Well, Peignoir, too much for him, as it looked like Chilled was going to be able to draw close to her and come up on even terms. Flavien Prat able to let her out a notch, and she kicks clear. Prat and Brisset, one of the best teams this meet at Keeneland for this fall meeting, do it again. That is their 4th win in the span of 8 races combining, so they are batting 500 this meet together. Flavien Prat and Rudy Brisset, and 2-1 on Peignoir, the daughter of Mendelssohn, here in race number 7. 2-1 in a photo on the board.
The unofficial results of Keeneland's 7th race: 2, Pain Noir was first. 1, Chilled was second. The 5, Let's Duet, third. Number 8, Foreseen, fourth. 2158 unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's 7th race, the Sienna, the unofficial winner, number 2, Pain Noir, owned by Carolyn and Fletcher Gray and Doug Hesterly, trained by Rodolphe Brisset. 2 wins today for Flavian Pratt. Pain Noir, a 3-year-old filly by Mendelssohn, out of Beehive Hairdo by Flat Out, bred in Kentucky by Fletcher Gray and Carolyn Gray. Mile and an eighth over the fast main track, 1 minute 51.21 seconds. Race 7 results official, 2158. The official results. In the winner's circle, the Sienna Trophy presentation to the connections of Pain Noir. Keeneland's featured 8th race upcoming starts the last of the day's rolling doubles. The turf listed good, the rail at 30 feet. No changes in race 8.
Horses in the paddock for the Thursday feature, race number 8, third level allowance race at 1 1/16 on the turf course, listed as good. Saffron Moon, the number 4 horse, is the 8-5 favorite, coming off of a long layoff. Hasn't been seen in over 10 months. The number 4 horse for China Horse Club and trainer Chad Brown. Now, I'll go to CHP Racing, the owner of Saffron Moon. I'm going to the outside to the number 12 horse. She's looking lucky for Matt Shire. She's got recency over the other fillies in here that are going to get attention in here, and 2 of the stronger contenders. She has raced as recent as the 5th of September at Kentucky Downs. Good second that day in the One Dreamer Stakes, a $500,000 restricted stakes race. She was third behind Walkathon 2 starts back at Ellis Park, and she was a winner 3 starts ago at the beginning of July at Ellis Park. She's kept good form on both dirt and turf, obviously competing on turf today, but she has been as good this year as she was last year, where she was running in Grade 1 competition, setting the pace in the Coaching Club American Oaks. She was second behind Kidra, who was in top form September of 2023. So she's looking lucky. She's got some speed to the outside to get some position going into the first turn. I will take a shot at 6-1 with a filly who has done as well as she has this season in 2024. 4 starts, a win, a second, and a third place, two third place finishes. So 4 for 4 in the money is She's Looking Lucky, the number 12 horse, my top selection. Saffron Moon, the number 4 horse for CHP Racing, Chad Brown, a daughter of Malibu Moon, who was most recently second 10 months ago in the Grade 3 Cardinal Stakes at Churchill Downs at the end of November. She was beaten by Star Fortress, a filly that blew the doors off of that group on that evening of racing at Churchill Downs. Now, 10 months removed, Chad Brown gets him ready off the layoff. She's 2 for 2 at Keeneland Racecourse. She's got Flavian Pratt in the saddle, who's ridden her to 2 of her 3 lifetime scores, and both of those scores that happened here at Keeneland Racecourse. You can understand why she's the 8-5 favorite in this spot, but the 10-month layoff certainly has to creep into your mind when you're handicapping this race with the informed nature and recency of the 12. At least it did for me, so that's why I'm willing to take the 6-1 gamble on the 12 versus the 4, but the 4 definitely is capable of winning this race. And then Mohawk Trail, the number 3 horse, she's 9-1 on the board. She comes off of a 6-month layoff. She was second in State Bred Stakes Company in her last start 6 months ago at Tampa Bay Downs, but she wasn't far off of Chili Flag in the Grade 3 Honey Fox at Gulfstream Park at the beginning of March of 2024 of this season, finishing 5th that day. She's got some ability to her. She's proven at these 2-turn distances on the turf course. 6-month layoff certainly in question for her, but she has been coming with some quick workouts up at Turfway Park on the synthetic course. So Mohawk Trail at 9-1 right now, definitely capable of outrunning her odds in today's featured event. Less than 12 minutes to post. Race 8, Keeneland.
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's featured 8th race, the Ups and Downs, an allowance for fillies and mares age 3 and up. A mile and a 16th over the turf listed good, the rail at 30 feet. This will start the last of the day's rolling doubles. No changes in race 8, post time in 6 minutes.
Race number 8, less than 4 minutes to post here at Keeneland for our featured event. And such a good-looking group of fillies. It's so difficult to judge these horses just based on looking at them because they are such high quality. But one filly that I wanted to point towards is Tequilera, the number 1 horse for trainer Michael Matz. She just looks like a filly that's going to be better going this longer distance. And you've got that on paper when you look at her form. She's been good over the course of this mile and a 16th distance, finishing in the money in 7 of 10 starts, 2 wins, 4 seconds, and a 3rd place finish. She sprinted in her last 2 starts. She looks like a route mare to me. 32-1 if you're willing to take a shot, at least underneath, especially with the in the money record at this mile and a 16th distance. Tequilera out to the 2 turns once again. I think a lot of upside there at a big price with Julian Leperoux in the saddle. Competitive field, Saffron Moon, let's fit and ready to go off this 10-month layoff. There she is, 7-5 on the board right now. Good luck in our 8th and featured event here at Keeneland.
The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 8th and featured race, the Ups and Downs. Moving into line, race 8. Saffron Moon comes forward along with Bali Bell. Blissful. Samay moves into line, along with Towhead. Aussie Girl. She's looking lucky, the last one, now coming forward. Goes in, they're at the post. And they're off. There goes Tequila from the inside. And Mohawk Trail has early speed as well, but it'll be Aussie Girl who moves by them both. Aussie Girl moves by from the outside and takes the lead, tries to clear all of the inside traffic before the first turn, starts to get closer to the rail now. Aussie Girl with the lead. Tequila goes second. Mohawk Trail is third up on the outside. Heavenly Appointed fourth. She's looking lucky, moves 3 wide, now double wide into the 5th position. And is followed by Samay in 6th in between horses. Blissful 7th to the inside. Towhead 3 wide and 8th around the first turn. Saffron Moon is 9th. Watch This Birdie alongside that one in 10th. And then Bali Bell next to last. And finally, Alunda Queen trails. 23.64 seconds was the time for the opening quarter. Tequila, the leader now. Tequila moves up midpoint of the backstretch, takes the lead, opens up here by 2.5 lengths. Back to Aussie Girl in second by nearly 2. Then Mohawk Trail third. She's looking lucky. Fourth on the far outside. Heavenly Appointed fifth in between horses. 47.43 seconds the time for the first half mile. Further back, Samay travels in the 6th position. A lane off the rail to the far turn. Blissful 7th. Then Towhead is 8th. And then Watch This Birdie. Saffron Moon against the rail, still 10 lengths off the lead, but trying to move up down toward the inside. Tequila, Aussie Girl, 1-2, just over a quarter mile to go. Aussie Girl draws alongside and now takes the lead away from Tequila. Mohawk Trail in third. She's looking lucky. Then Heavenly Appointed, who moves up 5th, now 4th, in between horses, and still has to catch Aussie Girl, who's got the jump on this field by 4 lengths into the final furlong. She's looking lucky. Then Saffron Moon, who tries to find an opening to squeeze through to try to take second, but well behind Aussie Girl. Aussie Girl chased by Saffron Moon. Aussie Girl and Saffron Moon. Aussie Girl wins it by a diminishing half length for Irad Ortiz Jr.
Aussie Girl was very good here today in her second start in the U.S. She was sharp early on. She allowed Tequila to go on and set the pace. She backs down and starts to fade late, and she opens up by several lengths. And Saffron Moon finally getting clear sailing. She's going to make it as close as she possibly can. She kicks it in here, but comes up just short off the 10-month layoff, beaten by maybe a neck in the end. But Aussie Girl, Will Walden, once again winning here this meet at Keeneland.
Keeneland's featured 8th race, the unofficial result, the 11 Aussie girl finished first. 4 Saffron Moon second, waiting for result of the photo for show. Hold all tickets. Number 5, Blissful third. The 7, Alunda Queen fourth. 11-4-5-7, the unofficial result. Results are official into the winner's circle for the featured 8th race at Keeneland, the ups and downs. Official winner number 11, Aussie Girl, owned by Woodford Thoroughbreds LLC of John Sykes, trained by Will Walden, Irad Ortiz Jr., is the jockey. Aussie Girl, a 4-year-old daughter of Star Spangled Banner, out of Ravissant by Galileo. The winner bred in Ireland by Airlie Stud. Mile and a 16th over the turf listed good, 1 minute 44.63 seconds. In the winner's circle, the Ups and Downs Trophy presentation to the connections of Aussie Girl. Keeneland's 9th and final race upcoming, a carryover for the Toyota Super High 5 of $5,298. Race 9 will finish in the short stretch at the first wire. Main track listed fast. Take out the 13 Caller, did not draw into the race. Jockey for the 9 General Issue, Adam Beschizza. 9 General Issue, Adam Beschizza.
Toyota Super High 5 time with a carryover from yesterday, over $5,200 into that pool, carrying from the card on Wednesday. And we'll wrap up this Thursday card with a maiden special weight event for 3-year-olds and up. And they'll be going a mile and a 16th to the first wire finish in this $100,000 maiden special weight event. I'll go to Raffaroo, the number 8 horse, colt by Hardspun, trying dirt for the first time. He's 5-1 on the board right now. It's a horse that was second in the plate trial at Woodbine at the end of July, 26-1 as a maiden, facing Restricted Stakes Company that day. Only beaten a length and a quarter to My Boy Prince, the 2-year-old champion from Canada, going back to last year. And My Boy Prince has been very good this year as well. Came up just short in the King's Plate, a race in which Raffaroo ran in, but I think he was too close to a quick pace, going a mile and a quarter. A lot of things thrown at this horse in a short amount of time. But he takes this move down here to Kentucky to try the dirt. He's had a local workout at Keeneland, working in 48 flat on the 11th of October, so just 6 days ago. And this is a Stronach stable Adena Springs homebred, colt by Hardspun, who's a full brother to Green Light Go, who was a Grade 2 winner on dirt for trainer Jimmy Jerkins up at Saratoga. So Raffaroo, I'll take a shot with him, moving over to dirt, coming down from Canada here this afternoon. Back in against Maiden Special Weight Company after 2 restricted stakes tries, including that run in the $1 million first leg of the Canadian Triple Crown at the King's Plate just about 2 months back. 5-1 right now on Raffaroo. The number 3 horse, Tennessee Lamb, for Rusty Arnold and Calumet Farm. He's 4-1 on the board as it stands right now. He took a nice step forward last time out, going a mile and a quarter. Now backing up to a mile and a 16th, that is the question mark for him. But he came into that race off of a couple of turf tries this past summer, one at Churchill, one at Ellis Park. He may just be a better horse right now at the age of 3 versus what we saw from him in his 2-year-old campaign here at Keeneland and Ellis and Kentucky Downs. And I think just simply looking at it, it looks as though he has turned the corner. So Tennessee Lamb, if he can continue on the upward trend or repeat what he was able to do last time out, going a little bit further distance at 7-2, he's definitely a contender in this race. The son of Tonalist out of the First Dam Tennessee Whiskey, that Smart Strike First Dam here at 7-2 with Tennessee Lamb. And then the number 5 horse, Duke of Duval, 5-2 on the board for Mike Rutherford, Steve Asmussen, Irad Ortiz Jr., an Arrogate colt that they purchased back in 2022 for $275,000 as a yearling. He was 3rd on debut sprinting, and then they sprinted him once again this past summer, finished 2nd, and he's improved with the added distance, as you would expect, being a son of Arrogate, that top-class champion, multiple Grade 1 winner. So blinkers go on in his 4th start, and a horse that's trained by Steve Asmussen, who wins 17% of the time when adding blinkers to a horse for the first time. But can understand why Duke of Duval is sitting at 5-2 off of those 2 nice runs at Churchill and 1 at Ellis Park. But a pretty wide-open event. We saw the 8 come down to 9-2, 7-2 on the 3, the 5 at 5-2. Good luck in this nightcap. 12 minutes to the post, and don't forget about that over $5,200 Toyota Super High 5 carryover available here in the 9th and final at Keeneland.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 9th and final race, the Hidden Brook. Maiden special weight, 3-year-olds and up, a mile and a 16th over the fast main track. Race will finish in the short stretch at the first wire. Take out number 13, Caller. That one did not draw into the race. Jockey for the 9 general issue is Adam Beschitza. Carryover for the Toyota Super High 5, $5,298. Post time in 5 minutes. The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's ninth and final race, the Hidden Brook. Moving into line, ninth race. Tennessee Lamb comes forward, goes into line. General Issue, and now Bedard. Here's Duke of Duval. Know Who You Are comes forward, along with Can't Stop Willis. Hanging in there. Bourbon Society, the last one. Goes in, first wire at the post. And they're off. There goes Bourbon Society hustling out for the lead, but Bedard is moving fast and moves by with Tennessee Lamb there to the inside in second. Bourbon Society third. Duke of Duval is in fourth position, followed by Tiz Charming, who's back toward the inside in fifth. Raffaroo goes a wide sixth into the first turn. General Issue, a lane off the rail in seventh. Know Who You Are is eighth. Hanging in there, travels in ninth around the first turn. Can't Stop Willis, 10th up on the outside, followed by Greer's Gold against the rail in 11th. And Neon Bordeaux is last of the 12 off the first turn in 23.15 seconds, the time for the opening quarter. Bedard against the rail, leading Bourbon Society by 3/4 of a length. Tennessee Lamb tucked away third behind the leaders. Duke of Duval is fourth alongside of that one. Then a gap of 3 lengths to Raffaroo, who's fifth by a length. Know Who You Are, sixth on the outside. Then Tiz Charming, General Issue, a gap of nearly 10 more back to Greer's Gold to the inside of Hanging In There. Can't Stop Willis next to last, and Neon Bordeaux is the trailer. 46.6 seconds for the first half mile. Over to the far turn they go. Bourbon Society outside. Bedard still leads inside. Bedard leads it by a half length. Bourbon Society second, a length and a half. Tennessee Lamb is in the third position in between horses. And then Raffaroo. Now Raffaroo has made up a lot of ground, but already the leaders passed the quarter pole, and Raffaroo is still third and 5 lengths off the lead to the inside as they turn for home. Bedard is the leader. Raffaroo challenging for second with Bourbon Society, and then Tennessee Lamb in between that pair. It is Bedard chased by Bourbon Society. Tennessee Lamb between them. Bedard with the lead. Bedard by 3. Tennessee Lamb, then Bourbon Society. Bedard to give Jose Ortiz his third win on the card. Tennessee Lamb was second. Bourbon Society was across the wire in third, followed by Raffaroo in fourth and Duke of Duval in fifth.
Well, Bedard scoring in the nightcap here as he's going to spurt home to the first wire finish. The son of Nyquist, a $300,000 yearling from 2022 at the Keeneland September sale. Coming out of the Prince of Wales Stakes up at Fort Erie, the third jewel of that Triple Crown, breaks his maiden here today at odds of 9-2, 4, 3, 12, 8, 5 for the Toyota Super High Five, led by the Nyquist gelding Bedard.
The unofficial results of Keeneland's ninth race: number 4, Bedard, was first. Number 3, Tennessee Lamb, second. Number 12, Bourbon Society, third. Number 8, Raffaroo, was fourth. Number 5, Duke of Duval, fifth. 4, 3, 12, 8, 5, unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's ninth and final race, the Hidden Brook, the unofficial winner, number 4, Bedard, owned by X-Men Racing 3 of Donato Lani, Madaket Stables LLC of Saul Kuman, SF Racing LLC of Gavin Murphy. Trained by Kevin Attard, 3 wins today for jockey Jose Ortiz. Bedard, a 3-year-old gelded son of Nyquist out of Reason by Quiet American, bred in Ontario by Anderson Farms Ontario Incorporated. Keeneland September graduate gets the 8.5 furlongs over the fast main track in 1 minute 44.53 seconds. Results of Keeneland's ninth race official. 4, 3, 12, 8, 5, the official results. Pick 6 pays on 6 of 6 with a consolation 5 of 6. The late pick 5 on 5 of 5 with a consolation 4 of 5. No carryovers for tomorrow's card. Live racing resumes at 1 p.m. Eastern Time. In the winner's circle, the Hidden Brook Trophy presentation to the connections of Bedard. The second floor grandstand, including the sports bar and the mezzanine bar, remain open for approximately 30 more minutes. You may advance wager any races occurring after that time. For now, on behalf of Keeneland, thank you and good evening.